Florida Cricket Oval, from wherever you are watching us. It is the business end of the Sabula T20 Cricket Tournament 2026. Let us see what happened at the toss between the strikers and the warriors.
Warriors. I have the two captains here with me. Kasim Adam, the captain for the Katosi Strikers. Jackson Asku, the captain for Ssenyi Warriors, and the match umpire Simon Chintu. We are here for the toss. Heads is the call, and heads is on top. Jackson, please come through. You've won the toss. What will you be doing first and why?
I'll bat first, linked to my team strategy. And the weather right now is more suitable for batting first.
Which shot are you looking at this afternoon coming into this game?
Yeah, it's score. I want to score. Yeah, like above 160.
Thank you so much and all the best. Kasim, if you had got the chance of winning the toss this afternoon in the semi-final, what were you going to do first and why?
As usual, I would outbowl it first because my bowling attack is very good. Yeah, and I want to keep them below 100 so that we can come and chase the runs easily.
It's been days since you last played a game here. Do you feel like, what's the mood like in the camp?
No change in the camp. The boys are the same. Yeah.
Thank you so much and all the best in the game.
Okay, sir.
Well, that is the news coming from the center. In the semi-final one, Ssenyi Warriors has won the toss and opted to bat first.
The umpires are out. The men in green winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. My name is Solomon Lubamachigozi. First semi-final of the Sabula T20 Cricket Tournament. Again, the strikers, the form team, the team on the top of the log against the Warriors. In number 4, proceedings will be directed by umpire Elizabeth Nachibule and senior umpire Simon Chintu. Bowler will be coming in from the forest end. Tomadupu starts off with a dot ball. That man right at the top of the bowling charts as well. He's been the main strike bowler for the Katosi Strikers. Choosing to come right arm round. Trying to create that angle, that ball moving across the body of the batter, who is equal to the task at this particular moment. 2 dot balls. The Warriors, obviously the team that has just been in their last qualifying match against the Blasters, winning that one by 52 runs. Nathan Sarunjaji has been a safe pair of hands throughout this tournament. Another catch against his name, and the first wicket falls in this semi-finals. The strikers strike early, shuffles to the offside, trying to access the onside, but could only find the man at square leg. Another look at that, trying to go above the man at square leg. Umpire taking evasive action. And we are right in the business. Microphone tell. Toma Dupu gets the first wicket in this first semi-final. On paper, it looks like the Katosi Strikers have been the form team, the strongest team in this competition, only losing 2 matches on their way to this semi-final. But cricket is played out there in the middle. It is never on paper. But Toma Dupu playing to form in your shot with Eric Mukisa, trying to direct traffic, giving him all the counsel that he needs. New man in is Derek Okecho. In with a rebuilding job on his hands. No runs so far in this first over. 1 wicket has fallen. Right on the money there. Bowling to the 4th stump line. Good over so far from Toma Dupu. A full one, but not put away by Derek Okecho. First runs on the board for the men in blue. The Ssenyi Warriors fighting and fighting hard. At one point, the only team that did not have points together with the Blasters, but have fought valiantly, and with the Blasters winning against the Kachanga Giants, and also the Warriors winning this morning, certified their place in this semi-finals. The appeal comes in, and that should be over. A very good over from Toma Dupu, picking up 1 wicket and conceding only 1 run. A look at that wicket that fell. Nathan Serunjoji, safe as houses. The joy on the young man's face. Should have now like 9 catches. Welcome Ivan Cyprian Sajambi to this semi-final encounter.
Thank you so much, Solomon. Happy to be here for this semi-final encounter. Good things already being done by the Katosi Strikers. Just 1 wicket in the first over. Just 1 run in the first over, including a wicket in that over. What a brilliant spell it was. Tom Adupu being the man. And I tell you that wicket takes him to 17 wickets in this tournament. He is now the leading wicket taker, and his teammate Stephen Otieno also has 16. But a debutant in Okwalinga will be the new bowler. Okwalinga coming in, making his debut during this semi-final clash, and he starts off his over with the dot ball. Calling is Okwalinga. I remember the times when we played some cricket as well. Okwalinga was at Busoga College Mwiri. He could open bowling with David Wawire. He used to be a very quick seamer, but he reduced his run up lately. He now fancies his shoulders. 2 dot balls for him to start off proceedings.
Derek Okecho not getting to the line of those balls, but still swinging his arms, and you feel that he's a candidate for a court at Gully. Okwalinga finding his line and realizing that Okecho is unable to play that line, so keeps it there. 3 precious dot balls.
The Ssenyi Warriors won the toss and opted to bat first, but looks like the decision is quickly backfiring because runs are not coming their way. Not controlling that shot by Derek Okecho, but he manages to put it into the gap. 2 more to play in this over. Isaac Abaiga, the new batter, in with no runs on board. Whereas Derek Okecho has 2 off 6. As they now try and make sure that they put some runs.
Very good line there from Okwalinga, and that's another dot ball. Baiga coming in and looks to go on the up immediately, trying to go over mid-off. Final ball. Good over there from the veteran Collins Okwalinga, conceding only 1. Score is 2 runs for the loss of 1. Projected score being 20 if the Warriors go this way. Isaac Bajiga and Derek Okecho, new men in at the crease. Tomadupu continues. Kecho finding his rhythm and picks up a precious run for the men in blue. Second slip in with Adam Kasim there, as that ball is supposed to be going across the body of the batter. Opportunity for a run out, not taken by the man. And mid-on. The Warriors just need to rebuild, keep rotating strike, wait for the bad balls and put them away. And they need to go about their business quickly because the power play now into the 3rd over. Strays down the line, Adupu bowling it 3/4 lengths into the body of the batter, tried to induce him into another false shot, a pull. Quick running in between the wickets. Picks up 2 runs. Plays forward and uses the speed of that ball to find that wide gap. At wide third man.
Tom Adupu picking up the good work from where he left it in the first over. Just 1 run and 1 wicket in the first over. And now he returns for his second over. 3 more to play in this over. But he's already hitting the hard length. He loves coming great arm round in the wickets. Try to make sure that he angles the ball away from the batters. He's bowling some raw pace, Tom Adupu. Yesterday he picked up 2 wickets for just 10 runs in 5 overs for Africa Cricket Club at this very ground, bowling from that very end. So he somehow has an idea on what the ground will be doing this afternoon. Derek Okecho, 5 off 9. He is his teammate in Africa Cricket Club. Right now it's a different business. Isaac Kabaiga is also his teammate. But now Isaac Kabaiga and Okecho showing up for the Ssenyi and Tom Adupu coming in for the Katosi strikers. Beautifully done there. Right under the nose of Nathan Serunjoji. They sneak through for the run. Projected score still 53. It means they will have to accelerate because this is a semi-final. It's a knockout. Winner takes it all. You need to make sure that you're not on the wrong side of results. You need to make sure that you pick up this victory. 1 more ball in this over. 8 for 1 after 2.5 overs. The scorecard not reading what the Ssenyi would have wished it to read. Umpire stretches out her arms and Tom Adupu will have to bowl that one again.
The forest end has been the preferred bowling end for Tom Adupu, and from the bowling charts you can see that he has mastered it. He knows how the wind blows across this final ball.
He bowls a full yorker. Isaac Kabaiga going down to hit that one away but doesn't manage to get it out of the block hole. 7 in the over, and after 3, 9 for 1 is the score. This is the semi-final of the Sabula T20 Challenge Cup. The other semi-final between the Songareos and the Chitimba Sunrisers will happen tomorrow in the morning. And the winners of both semi-finals will be playing in the finals tomorrow in the afternoon. Colin Okwalinga back for his second over. His first went for just 1 run. But that is the hard lane and length he has been bowling. Bowling some extra space and angling the ball away from the batter. Nothing to cut, nothing to walk away.
Batter is caught in between going forward or going backwards. A very good line from Okwalinga. The men on the offside all hugging the ring except for one man at covers.
Well guided. Derek Okecho gets it into the gap, and the fumble down at third man gives them a chance to sneak through for the second run.
Okwalinga speaking to the captain, asking for a slip, realizing that the line that he's bowling at and the way the batters are playing, there are some opportunities to catch. So field changes, slips comes in, a wide gully point, cover point.
It was a very good idea there from Derek Okecho, because he knows that Colin Okwalinga is swinging the ball away from him. Colin Okwalinga's thinking is that somehow he puts that outside edge of the bat into play. And there is a fielder who has been introduced in place because we'll be bowling to that area. Eric Mixer standing right there. forcing him to play front of the square. There is a run out chance at the bowler's end. Oh, missed there by Collins Okwalinga. No communication whatsoever between the batters. Isaac Kabaiga saying it was Michael, but because he was running into danger, but then there could have been a chance either sides of the crease.
Not picking up that ball, but throwing it in. A little more time he had that he didn't realize. Opportunity missed by Collins Okwalinga.
Derek Okacho was miles away when you look at that frame. Nowhere in. And the opportunity of the run out squandered away. In the end, it results just into a single run, but very risky. The two batters not communicating whatsoever. They might lead to another wicket falling early, but that's the run out from another angle. The ball somehow fumbled by that fielder at Gale, and in the end, Okwalinga could have just gotten the ball and ripped off the ball, tried to throw it to the wickets, missed it, and Derek Okecho making his ground.
That slide having in some sort of trouble, and the medic is on. Hopefully it's fine, and they will continue batting. That hesitation when he played the ball had the non-striker already running. Miscommunication between the two. But play will resume.
They were operating on different networks, the two batters, but we'll be glad that there was no run out in that case. The Richard Eagles of Namibia have scored 303 runs for 1850 overs against the Cricket Cranes of Uganda. Uganda will be going on for the run chase. Good line and length coming in from Okwalinga as he keeps dotting. He's not been attacking much because he knows the dot balls will force the batters to throw bats to his balls, and that's how he will be creating the chances. Projected score still 65. You somehow feel that the Ssenyi Warriors will need to bat out of their skins to make sure that they get onto a total that they can come out and defend. Two more to play this over. He goes for a floater which is played down the ground and right under the nose of Kasim Adam. They sneak through for the run. Kasim Adam not making an attempt to hunt because there was a lot of backup at covers, so he had a chance that ball could be retrieved. But in the end, they do take the run.
Sometimes holding on to that ball is the most sensible options. We've seen balls coming and flying and gifting extra runs, but good lines and good cricket brain from Okwalinga. Final ball of this over.
Brilliant. Slow bouncer off the surface, just drifting away from the batter, and it's a dot ball to wrap up the over. 4 runs in his second over, and as we come to the end of the fourth, 13-1 is the score. The current partnership is 13 off 20, 9 for Derek Okesho and 2 for Isaac Kabaiga, the other one being an extra. Projected score still reading 68. It's the semi-final clash of the Sabula T20 Challenge Cup here at Florida Cricket Oval.
That projected score way below the past score of this oval, which is about 130. Make it 140. Tomadupu continues from the forest end.
He comes back right arm round. Beautifully played by Isaac Kabaiga, fading the fielders hanging on the circle towards that point area, and they run through for the single. This tournament is sponsored by King's, the Children's Medical Center, Deep End Sports Media, Mukono Cricket Community, and Cricket Uganda. 2 off 7 for Isaac Kabaiga and 9 off 14 for Derek Okecho, the two batters at the crease currently, who are trying to grind on and look for runs. We are at the back end of the business. You snooze, you lose. You blink, you lose. You have to make sure that you're winning all your games. The Ssenyi Warriors are on a winning streak of sorts. Run out chance. A direct hit could have seen it go all the way to the wickets.
Good running in between the wickets puts pressure onto the fielders. Now the men in green realize that they are in a battle. At the beginning of the tournament, you did not think that the Warriors would make it to the semi-finals. Started out with losses, but quick victories, and the camp was good to go, and here they are now.
Beaten completely. There is an appeal of LBW, but there might have been a sound of the bat as the umpire looked so unshaked there. The two umpires standing in this game, Elizabeth Nachibule standing alongside Simon Chintu. But that's the replay from another angle. Well, there was an early shuffle across the stumps by the batter. Oh, it could have missed. Impact was outside off stump. Good umpiring there. Pulled away, but there is a fielder. The ball falls short of Christian Ichori. They run through for the second run. Chance is created by Tom Adupu, and chance is not taken. He won't pace off. The batter being beaten by the pace, but in the end, they just survive losing another wicket.
Batter playing early to a slower ball. Christian Ichori adding salt to injury, not taking the catch and missed fielding. One turns into two. You feel that the rebuild is gaining momentum now for the Warriors. Baiga and Okecho there, still there.
He now changes and he comes right arm over the wickets to angle the ball in. The idea was okay, but then the ball just flying over the wickets. It's a dirty ball, but good thing is that from Tom Adupu, his variations really make the batter so uncomfortable at the crease. One more play in this over. Current run rate 3.52. Projected score now moving to 70. 1 for 12 in 2.5. Tom Adupu. He goes full right under the nose of Ichori, who takes a direct hit. They sneak through for the run. Moments for them to regret. The batters have kept stitching together those risky runs. Bring us to the end of the 5th over. Scoreboard reading 18 for 1 after 5. The Ssenyi Warriors have won the toss and opted to bat first, but I feel the decision is not working their way. Just 18 runs for 1 after 5. They need to play some nothing shots. What's your take, Solomon?
The Warriors, having played in the morning against the Blasters, certainly, and they were fielding last in the second inning, so you can understand they need a breather. Playing 2 consecutive matches in this tournament.
Somehow I feel since they are fielding, they could have continued and maybe build on the momentum, limit the Katosi strikers to as few runs as possible. But then maybe the plan for them to take a break will work out for them. So at this moment, what they need will be a partnership to carry them forward.
A quick word with Eric Mukisa, the man there in your frame with the ball. The bowling change from the highway end. He said that even if they had won the toss, they would have chosen to bowl fast. That has been their strong suit. So I think it was worked out well for both teams. The men in blue choosing to bat fast and the men in red doing what they prefer best. Eric Mukisa is the new man coming from the highway end.
Yeah, that bowling change of Eric Mukisa, he replaces Colin Izokwalinga. It will be now time to see spin into the attack. Mukisa, Eric, Twaha Baiga, Derek Mokecho, we are all in the finals of the boys nationals. He'll be coming right arm over Longo on and Kaukona at the boundary. Just getting it out of the block hole. Isaac Baiga, if he had pushed it a little harder, maybe could have had it through that gap at mid wicket. full and the outside off stump. Not a very good line from Eric Mukisa, but he manages to go away with it. Two dot balls early in the over for Mukisa Eric in this semi-final of the Sabula T20 Cricket Challenge Cup here at Florida Cricket Oval. The curtains of this tournament will be falling down tomorrow. Off the pads and into the gap. Not so much power coming from that shot by Ga. But it rolls all the way to the boundary. The umpire there signaling 4 runs. And the welcoming boundary, the first one in this match. They'll be wishing that they can get some more balls. Eric Mukisa using his line, bowling it to the body line. And Isaac Kabaiga working it off very nicely. There was a vacant area at deep square leg. And it rolled all the way to the boundary. Good adjustments from Mukisa Eric. Full and right in the slot, but Isaac Kabaiga not hitting it away. In the end, it's another dirty ball. One more ball to complete the over. The signal being made by the captain there is that I think Kasim Adam will be bowling the next over. Rolls through and rattles the furniture. Middle stump is uprooted. Isaac Kabaiga trying to play it away. In the end, he perishes. Good work there done by Eric Mukisa. Pick up the second wicket for the Katosi Strikers.
It was looking good by Ga. Quicker ball drives the wrong line. That ball goes under his bat. Second wicket. Trying to play on the offside. That ball swinging in the air. There is a slight breeze at the Florida, but it is the second wicket to fall for the Ssenyi Warriors, posting 22 so far at a current run rate of 3.67.
Somehow Isaac Kabaiga lost his shape trying to drive that one, and he was nowhere in the frame. Derek Okecho and Isaac Kabaiga are building a partnership, but now the partnership has been broken and it will be a rebuilding phase for the Ssenyi Warriors if they are to continue and get more runs here. The projected score is now 73. Eric Mukisa completing his over. He's picked up 1 wicket and conceded just 4 runs. And that over also marks the end to the power play. 6 for Nolos after, I beg your pardon, 22 for Nolos after 6 overs. 22 for 2 after 6 overs is the score. But the replay there, you clearly see that Baiga lost its shape trying to drive that one. And in the end, Eric Mukisa winning that contest, uprooted the middle stump. Confirmation of the end of the power play by the umpire. Amiri Ochaya, the younger brother to Jaffa Ochaya, is now the new man in. Jaffa Ochaya was also in this tournament, but because of other commitments, he is no longer available for play.
How the Warriors would have loved to have him in their ranks. Genuine all-rounder comes into ball and useful with the bat, but it is his brother. Bowling change from the Forest end. The captain, standing captain, man who has done a stellar job, Adam Kasim.
It will be now more spin Derek Okecho, one of the good bowlers when it comes to spin. He knows how to look for the gaps. Beautifully driven by Amiri Ochaya to get off the mark. Goes across the line. He's happy that that one hit the bat. He needs to be careful. Isaac Baiga. I beg your pardon, Derek Okecho. Full and outside of stump. He should have just opened up the bat and play it over the infield to give some work to do for the extra cover fielder, or even play it between extra cover and longer off. It's the issue with Kasim Adam. He always tries out balls during games. There's that way he always tries out that turns back from the batter. It's like a leg spin. But every time he misses it, it's costless. Sometimes he's hit far, and other times he pulls wides from that ball. Managing to find the gap, Derek Okecho. One more ball to play in this over. Projected score still reading 76 as we come to the end of the 7th. Short ball, but it's hit up in the air. There was a fielder who didn't make a good shift to take the catch. Swinging hard, Ochaya Amir, but doesn't manage to hit it away, and that marks the end of the over. Kasim Adam's first over has gone for 5 runs, and after 27 for 2 is the score. Eric Mukisa, whose first over went for just runs and he picked up a wicket, now returns for his second. He has always been holding the team together in the absence of Robert Ajuna and Keith Dani Amani. That is the line. Misses everything. And it does result into a run. The wicket keeper, Jonathan Nyenya, didn't know where that one passed.
Lines that Mukisa is bowling, sends out the man at long off. That is the line to draw the batters into, draw them forward. Manufactured off the pads by Derek Okecho. Mukisa is bowling stumps to stumps. Stumps are always in play.
A good plan there for Eric Mukisa, keeping the stumps in play. Somehow Okecho is finding the gaps better than Amir. There is a wide gap on the offside, no extra cover. But again, the Yorkers coming in from Mukisa. Eric can't allow you to access that area. He has 2 fielders hanging in the circle, mid wicket and square leg to make sure that they do patrol that area. He goes full, and that's fumbled by the fielder. Some power coming from that shot by that man, Amiri Ochaya, and that brings us to the end of the over. 2 runs from the over, and after 8, 30 for 2 is the score.
already a cricket oval down here in Kokonjeru, bathed in sunlight. Bright day out here at the start of this tournament. Weather played a very great factor. We had reduced over games, but I believe we have brought the entertainment to your screens. Of course, Deep End being the broadcasting and streaming partners, but it is a bowling change from the Forest End. Stephen Otieno comes into the attack.
16 wickets for him, Stephen Otieno. That was a loose ball coming in from him. Full toss, and Ocha Amiri says thank you, pulls it away and scores another maximum.
Otieno has that habit of having looseners, especially a free hit indicated by umpire Elizabeth Nachibule. That ball way above the waist of Ochaya. Cheno yet to bowl any Lego balls.
Time for the free hit. Inside out. There is a fielder running in. Will they take on his arm? Yes. They take on his arm and run through for the second run. This is already turning out to be a fruitful over. 7 runs off the first ball, 2 runs off the second, and it's already 9 runs from Stephen Otieno's over. He needs to make sure that he makes amendments, because T20 cricket is a match where you target a few overs and get yourself runs.
Flighting that second ball.
A bit short. Feint leg with some work to do. Short feint to be specific. Currently he's bowling all over the place. Stephen Otieno on the off, on the on, full tosses. Looks like he hasn't yet gotten his lines and lengths. Long on, long off. Deep mid wicket, extra cover, all at the boundary, waiting to catch. 13 off 21 for Derek Okecho, 12 off 9 for Amir. He wanted to create room to cut, but it was nowhere close for him. Stephen Otieno picking up his first dot ball in this over. It will be another no ball, hit away and fumbled by the fielder in the deep. No ball will be the call from the umpire. Another one going above the waist in this over.
Otieno lacking all control so far in this over. Started out with a no ball, now a third ball also. Free hit to be to the Ssenyi Warriors.
He goes down on one knee and hits it hard but doesn't connect well, and the free hit will only result into a single. The scoreboard starting to look nice for the Ssenyi Warriors. Amiri Ochaya and Derek Okecho trying to get runs. Short and quick and whipped off the pads. Not very good from Okecho. Please make sure that you let your ball turn. Give it the pitch. Don't bowl it too flighted, bowl it a bit flat, but make sure that it turns.
You meant Otieno. It is the O's in action out there in the middle.
Another full toss hit up in the air and another no ball call from the umpire. I told you it's turning out to be a very good over for the Ssenyi Warriors. It will be another free hit for Amiri Ochaya. Amiri Ochaya, not a very good striker of full tosses. We've seen him failing to capitalize on many of them.
The veteran Okwadinga has words for the young upstart. We have seen him, he's a much more of a confidence bowler. That No ball on the first ball that went for 6. Must have crushed him, but some words of encouragement.
The free hit played, work for Kwalinga to do, fine stop, they will only take a single. 18 off the over, and after 9:48 for 2 is the score.
Highest team score has been 173 for the loss of 5 by the Chitamba Sunrisers, and the lowest 18 for 4. Highest individual score being 118. Best bowling figures, Martin Boji 5 for 7.
And when you look at the Fifers, 2 of them, one going from Adupu, 5,248 runs, 378 wickets. What tournament we've had. Bowling change. Kasim Adam, who bowled his first over from the Roddy end, will now be coming in to bowl his second over from the Forest, I beg your pardon, his first overs from the Forest end, and his second over is coming in from the Roddy end. 2 batters who are looking to become 2 set. Amiri Ocha 16 off 12 and Derek Okacha 15 off 24.
Those no balls from the previous over must have given them some confidence, and a look at their score reflects that.
Full toss, nearly held on by the fielder. Nathan Serunjoji puts that one down, but he recovers very quickly, cutting off the extra run.
Grabbing at that one, which came to him first. A rare drop from him, and gives Amir Ochaya another life.
I tell you, speaking about that man there, Nathan Serunjoji, he's really been a no-flying zone. He's been catching everything that goes over his head, be it flies. He's really been a player to watch. I love Kasim Adam, the way he is dropping those balls on the leg side and just making sure that they drift away. He bowls ones which are turning in and others that are turning away from the batter. That was right in the slot, but somehow he lost his shape. Derek Okache, if he had just played a cut shot because the ball was turning away from him, it could have given him a chance. Just one single and 4 dot balls. That one turning into him. And they are pushing very quickly to see that they can get the second run. The throw going the right end. I love that one. But they do take 2 runs. 3 from the over. And at the halfway mark, 51 for 2 is the score. Current run rate 5, but the current partnership is 29 of 27, 17 for Okecho and 17 for Amiri Ochaya. The 2 batters who have stuck in. Another bowling change. Stephen Othieno bowls 1 over, it goes for 18 runs and is taken out of the attack right away. Malcolm Kato, another spinner. The only issue I've had with Malcolm Kato and Stephen Othieno is that they can spin the ball, but in terms of contributing runs, there's nothing they do give you. So the work that they need to go and do is to make sure that they can also score runs. At least they may not be hitting big boundaries, but then they could be in position to get the singles. When you look at that game that the Kiyindi Blasters defeated them in that low scoring theater, they all came and could not put any runs. Yet if they could maybe knock the ball around, it would have given them a chance of seeing their team Katosi win that game. going for a quickie. Malcolm Kato and the 2 singles in his over so far.
You're very right, Ivan. The youngsters have not contributed so much with the bat. And if you have a day like Otieno is having, then quick running in there, great handing, great work by the glove man, but the batter back in his crease. The strike being rotated quite well so far. And you feel that those 2 overs were crucial in allowing the batters get their eye in, and now they're reaping the benefits.
And the thinking for Amiri Ochaya and Derek Okecho is that the youngsters are bowling now, because Eric Muksa is currently not bowling. So if you have a Malcolm Kato or a Stephen Othieno bowling, these are the bowlers you have to take on. Because every time you take them on, they start getting pressure and they start making mistakes. They lose their lanes quickly. So when they come to bowl, get your bats and take them on. No boundaries so far in this over. 4 singles with the 2 more balls to complete the over. Flighted and driven down the ground. It doesn't carry to the field that covers. It rolls into the gap, but it's another single. And it's a good over already. 5 runs in the over. If they could get 6 in the over, 6 every over in the remaining 9 overs, it means they will get more 45 runs. But this is the final ball of this over. Pulled away by Derek Okecho, but pulled straight to the fielder. That single marks the end of the over. 6 in the over. The fumble gave them a chance of a run out, but the chance was on the bowler's end. The throw not going the right end. They do sneak through for the second run. 7 off the over, and at the end of the 11th, 58 for 2 is the score.
The 3rd wicket stand doing a great job. Derek Okecho and Amiri Ochaya. Okecho 21 in 31. Ochaya 20 in 17. The projected score now looking a little bit more respectable. 105. It is the semi-finals and runs on board will count.
Another bowling change taken by the Katosi strikers. I think the Katosi strikers now bringing on the youngsters, trying to make sure that the youngsters can squeeze in their overs very quickly. Then the good bowlers can come back at the end. But Ichori Christian is the man who replaces Kasim Adam. He bowls some good pace. So he will be hoping that he can hit the deck hard and bowl the good areas. 20 off 17 for Amiri and 21 off 31 for Derek. His projected score now moving to 105.
Starts off with a dot ball there, drawing the man forward. No pace there for him to drive that ball. 3rd man is back there. Deep extra cover. Long off. And long on. Boundary riders.
There was some width and that is slashed away. It is running towards a vacant area and work to do by the fielder running all the way from 3rd man. It gives them a chance of running through for 4 runs. Very casual in their fielding, the Katosi strikers, as they give away 4 easy runs.
And doing most of the good work that they did in the power play now. You feel that these are the overs the Warriors are targeting with the youngsters on a bit more fielding there. Sometimes you just need to get hold of that ball, and it is always better to send that ball to the wicket keeper.
running. Uganda losing 2 wickets for just 5 runs in Namibia. Musemeza and Obuya both being gotten out by Trampoman. Ruben Trampoman. Much better from Christian Icholi, just bowling it close to the stumps. You can't cut, you can't drive, just have to get it out of the block hole, and it's a dot ball.
Amidiocha trying to go inventive, realizing the vacant slip and gully region, trying to access that with the ball much closer to his body than he would have loved.
He goes full, and that is dispatched through that extra cover area. Work to do by the fielder Stephen Otieno. He manages to stop that one, cutting off a boundary, but the running for Amir and Derek give them 2 runs.
I have loved their running in between wickets, putting pressure on the fielders, picking up those doubles.
Much better. Just guided towards gully for another single.
Ochaya playing his second match in this tournament, came in at the business end and looks to be good for his money.
Final ball of the over. He will have to bowl that one again. Oh no, it brushed something, and it will be a dot ball. 7 from the over, and at the end of the total of 65 for 2 is the score.
A look at the partnerships, with the most prominent being between Okecho and Amir Ochaya, 43-39. The one between Okecho and Baiga worth 22.
The Katosi strikers will need to break this partnership as early as possible. Malcolm Kato coming back for his second over. 7 runs in his first. Starts with a short one that is hit down the ground by Amir Ochaya. Nearly missed. You see that Malcolm, after bowling, he doesn't put any effort. Stopping the ball has not been his thing. When he comes back, you'll see that he can't even score runs. So these are some of the aspects that he needs to do. You look at Stephen Otieno, the ball passing right under his nose, he can't even chip in a dive. Yet in terms of height, he's not a very tall man, meaning he is not so far away from the ground. He can easily make the ground and he cut that one off. So unless these two young men know what is at stake for them, is when they can become better players of cricket, because for them they focused on one aspect of the game and they are not really putting any focus or power in the other aspects of this game.
Flighted one from Malcolm. No ball indicated by umpire Nachibule. Lots of work to be done by the youngsters, and that is why we have this tournament. The coaching will immediately begin.
The free hit is pulled away with power and pulled into the gap. Work to do by the fielder. Tom Adopo puts a very good shift and makes sure that he cuts off that boundary.
Usually you're looking at these youngsters to apply the basics of the game. And at times they have not been very conversant with that. So lots of reminders, lots of patience. But straying wide of his preferred line. You can see his action. Lacks even the follow through. Stays right in the crease after bowling those balls.
I think for him, he just comes and says, let me bowl. They have told me to bowl. He could clearly do better. Put the fight on. Make sure that you're thinking on every ball. And focusing on how do I pick a dot ball here? How do I get a wicket? Extra cover, long on, long off, cow corner, deep square leg, all at the boundary. But still he's bowling to the offside and bowling wide. He looks like someone who is rushing to bowl instead of taking his time.
He has no forward momentum whatsoever. And you realize that he's using only the shoulders to bowl, while you need to use a combination of hips, shoulders, that follow through. End of the 13th over. 74 for the loss of 2 for the Ssenyi Warriors.
Projected score 114. This partnership dragging the game on. Eric Muksa will now come back to bowl his third over. His first overs went for just 6 runs and he picked up a wicket. Now he returns to look for a way of breaking this partnership. Will be guided into the gap at short third. I beg your pardon, at short fine leg, and they run through for 2 runs.
Ball going down the leg side to the batter. Bowling on the leg stump, flicked away. Abid Ochaya rotating the strike. And now that the Warriors are closer to the 100 runs mark, you feel that they feel that they are in this contest. 2 quick wickets had them in all sorts of trouble. The wicketkeeper not taking hold of those balls. Trying to go for the slog, Derek Okecho, clean ball by Eric Mukisa. No shape whatsoever, he's up in the clouds. And it is wicket time. 3rd wicket falls for the Ssenyi Warriors. After 13.4 overs, another look at that. Not using his feet to get to the pitch of that ball and swinging his arms. That ball turning, missing the bat. Leg stump uprooted. Great work there from Eric Mukisa, taking responsibility. The on-field conference continues for the men in green. The senior Emo Kalinga making his debut, taking control of matters, realizing that they have gifted away and don't use the pressure that the opening bowlers had put on the Ssenyi Warrior batters. Eric Mukisa has now picked 2 wickets, conceding 9 runs so far after just 2.4 overs. Amiri Ochaya, 33 in 27. The projected score is 113 runs for the Ssenyi Warriors, who won the toss and elected to bat first. Newman is the captain, Jackson Asiku. 2 balls to go to complete this over. Ball jutting off the surface there. Pins back the Newman. It's a dot ball and Mukisa to ball the final ball of this over. Flights that one straight through. Boundary for Asiku is off the mark. The score is 81 for the loss of 3 after 14 overs. Offering some width there, Mukisa has conceded 13 runs and picked up 2 wickets in his 3. 6 more overs will see us complete the first innings in the first semi-final between the Ssenyi Warriors and the Katosi Strikers. On paper, the Strikers, the stronger team and the form team. The Strikers punching their ticket with those gutsy wins against the Blasters and the Giants. But it is Adam Kasim with the ball from the Forest end. Starts off with a dot ball. Right in the block hole there. Despairing dive from the young Nathan Sarunjoji. Boundary for changes bowling end to right arm round. That ball coming across the body of Ochaya, plays inside out, picks up 2, gets back on strike. A good over so far. Mind games and variety on offer from Adam Kasim. Gets a dot ball, changing to right arm over. Opportunity. Directed from Nyanya. Has Ochaya departing. A miscommunication in there between the batters. Tries to glance it down the leg. The young man came. Wicket keeper with all the time. Direct hit with the batter nowhere in the frame. We'll have to depart. Amiri Ochaya, 39 in 31. 1 balls, and it is the 3rd wicket down. Sorry, 4th wicket down for the Ssenyi Warriors. This is the first semi-final of the Sabula T20 Cricket Challenge 2026 happening here. 3 weeks of live action down here in Kokonjeru, proudly brought to you by Kingsley Children's Medical Center in Mukono, Deep End Sports Media, broadcasting and streaming partners, organized by Mukono Cricket Community, and of course under the stewardship of Cricket Uganda. New man in is Augustine Mujuni. Adam Kasim with 1 ball to complete this over. Picked up a vital wicket, considered 6. Comes right arm round, balls it into the service. Mujuni unable to put it away. Good over from Kasim to pick his first wicket. I beg your pardon. 3 overs ball from Kasim, picked up 9, considered 14. Good overs so far. The score is 87 for the loss of 4 after 15 overs. The Ssenyi Warriors will look to now accelerate at the tail end of this innings, make sure that they breach the 100 runs mark. Eric Mukisa to bowl his final over from the highway end. Flights that one, hit powerfully, but the man at covers, David Mukisa, redeems himself for those earlier misfields, keeps it to a dot ball. Goes Ario, and an opportunity taken by Toma Dupu. Jackson Asiku going Ario. Creates room by moving to the leg side, but could only manage Toma Dupu. 2 fielders converging to that one. Straight up. Quicker ball. The resistance is broken. Jackson Asiku departs for a quick 4 in 3. not lots of batting left in the Ssenyi Warriors ranks, but they will have to come in and do a job for their team. Augustine Mujuni has only first one delivery so far, but you still have the likes of Boji, Julius, Eric Matovu, all required to come in. New man in is Boji Julius. 4 balls to go in this over. Not making any contact with that one. Almost cannon is into his stumps. Gozerio and another opportunity, but that ball will land safely at mid-on. Good running in there. Direct hit, but umpire Simon Kintu indicates the man was already back in his crease. Great fielding there from the men in green. Finally trying to wrap up this innings quickly. 5 more wickets to pick up as that attempted run out in your shot hit back and hard. Pick up 1. Final ball of this Mukisa over. Well driven by Mujuni. Textbook stuff out there. 4 runs coming off that Eric Mukisa over. 3 for 17 runs. Very, very good figures there. At an average of just over 4. Mukisa Eric. The Ssenyi Warriors inch closer and closer to the 3-figure mark. Now standing at 91 runs for the loss of 5 after 16 overs. Projected score has been oscillating at that 113. Highest having been 116. The brakes being applied by the men in green, but Adam Kasim to bowl his final over. Starts off with a googly way down the leg side. 1 to tot up the extras column. Slowed that one there. No pace to work with for the batter at all. Man with lots of variety. Not afraid to try out something. Opportunity to catch, but that ball going beyond the boundary rope for a maximum. Good use over the feet by Mujuni to get to the pitch of that. Swings his arm through. Goes over long on, sorry. Better line. Great comeback from the wily Kasim. Bowling is quick over. Finds the gap with covers there. Despairing effort from Nathan Serunjoji. 2 boundaries so far in this over and 2 balls to complete. That boundary bringing up the 100 runs mark for the Ssenyi Warriors. Now at 102. Googly. The Warriors trying to finish strong. Kasim, one ball to complete his allotted for. Quicker one into the surface. Another dot ball from Mujuni. And it is 17 overs completed. 102 runs for the loss of 5. Current run rate is at a healthy 6 runs per over. Adam Kasim finishes with no wickets, but conceding 25 runs in his allotted 4.
A fine bowling display there by Kasim Adam as he completes his spell. 11 off 8 for Mujuni and 3 off 3 for Julius Woji. With 5 wickets at hand and these remaining 3 overs, they need to make sure that they play some shots and make sure that they get as many runs as they can, get close to 130 the past score, then come out and bowl well. If the Katosi strikers fail to get their innings going in terms of batting, then there is a clear chance for the Ssenyi Warriors. Look at the projected score 120. Not so bad if you can come and bowl so well. But the experienced man in Okwalinga will be coming in to bowl from the highway end. He bowled some 2 quick overs that went for only 5 runs. And now he comes. I think now they are looking at him bowling the 18th and the 20th.
Certainly, Ivan bowled brilliantly. Look at those figures. Conceding 5 runs in 2, and that was the plan all along.
Starts with the straight one. He's been angling them away from the batter. Clearly that one is into the gap, and they managed to go back for 2 runs. Not a very good line there, ball by Okwalinga, going into the pads instead of maybe going outside off stump. You don't want to attack now. You need to just make sure that you bowl to keep the bats silent.
He brings in the man from the deep to Fine Lake. Has a very closed field on the offside.
He's been bowling stump to stump, but this time round he's just undone by the wicket keeper. Jonathan Innngs squandering that one away, and it gives the batters chance to run. It's by runs, but then runs for Ssenyi Warriors. And I tell you, every time you see the team getting to the hundreds, to the 3 digits, the pressure starts shifting to your side.
Runs on board, runs on board. As we usually say, psychological mark of 100 crossed, and you realize you've not done a good as an effort as you would have wanted to keep them below 100. Better line from Okwalinga. That ball just going above the stump. Corrective action there from the man behind the stumps with the gloves. Don't want to give away extras in these final overs of the contest. The innings.
It was a much better delivery, the previous one from Okwalinga.
The leg side, and Mujuni followed it with the bat. Nyenya. Oh. Nyenya would, with the task to complete the catch. Mujuni departing for 13.
What could have been a wide results into a wicket. Good glove work there by the wicket keeper batter in Jonathan Innngs, giving them that, getting hold onto that opportunity. 105 for 6, and the hand knock of 11 from Austin Mujuni comes to an end. Finally, Okwalinga picking up a wicket to complement his figures.
The veteran turning back the years, showing the youngsters how it is done, and you've seen him in the circle giving his counsel, giving the advice for the fielders to keep fighting till the last ball. Great things and great lessons to learn from somebody who has done it all. some of these players just starting on their cricket journey, and what a well of wisdom to drink from.
It's game on already. It will be an interesting run chase. The Katose strikers who don't bat so deep will be hoping that they get a very good start and hope that their experienced campaigners fire for them. Projected score 119. Adamu Zaifa, the new batter in, making his way to the crease. He is very handy with the ball, but now work to do with the bat for Adamu Zaifa. Product of Push Cricket Academy, but also he does business with Ginger SS, his current school. Nowhere close to that one. And that's been a very good line there by Okwalinga. I tell you, even if Okwalinga doesn't pick any other wicket, he will be hoping that he just doesn't go for a boundary in his spell. Because we are into the death overs, so you need to make sure that you bowl them so well and not to give the opposition any chances. We'll be coming in for the final ball of the over. Goes for a yorker, and it's a dot ball to end the over. Just 7 runs in his 3 overs plus a wicket. And as we come to the end of the 18th, scoreboard reads 105 for 6. Okwalinga still with an over to play, but Tom Adupu will be coming in to bowl the penultimate over of this batting innings for the Ssenyi Warriors. 105 for 6 from 18, the current run rate of 5.83. The dream will be 120. If you get 8 from this one, then you come and fight in the final over, or even just getting a boundary out in this over could put them in a very good position. Just Boji at a strike rate of 105 off 5. He's looking to be well poised. Tom Adupu coming in right arm over the wickets. Inside out, but there is a fielder, Eric Muksa, who doesn't put down many goods, hold onto the chance. Hit up in the air by the batter, Julius Boji. Mukisa Eric with the catch, and the Ssenyi Warriors lose another wicket.
That ball wide of stump. No fit movement whatsoever from Boji. Just manages to sky it into the waiting hands of Eric Mukisa.
Boji should have swung through the lane and lofted it maybe over long off, because clearly the ball was on the offside, but he wanted to force the shot to come on the onside. That's why he closed down on his bat somehow and didn't hit it quite well enough. Chances given and chances taken by Mukisa, and these are positives for them because they will be hoping that they can wrap up the innings very well. $105 for 7. Eric Mukisa understood the assignment rate from Robert Ajuna that these youngsters need a lot of motivating. They've kept speaking to them and telling them the task at hand and what is on the card. You look at that ball, they're dropping outside off stump. If he had swung through the lane or driven it down the ground, he would have had a chance of scoring some runs. He somehow closes in the bat and pulls it to the onside, and in the end elevation and not enough distance.
He planted his front foot as you saw that shot and dragged his back leg away, trying to create that room, but couldn't bat through. Had he even played it straighter, he would have been safe probably. New man in comes some more runs to get for the Ssenyi Warriors.
Wahid Ahmed Serwada is the new batter in. He bowls with the left hand, but he bats with the right hand. Plays for Centurion Cricket Club. Some task for him to do, and the task is to get runs. Wahid Ahmed. 11 more deliveries in the innings. Express pace should be wide, yes. But Wahid Ahmed getting close to the ball, that is a much better approach there from him.
And that is what Adupu wants him to do, to follow that ball. Hopefully feather one to the wicket keeper. That man out.
He goes for a yorker. That is squandered away by the wicket keeper. The ball was dipping in, but I love the idea there from Tom Adipu. He's a man of variations. He will always look for something that works out for him. That one keeping low, but good glove work there from Jonathan Nyenya. I tell you one thing I like about Jonathan Nyenya: when he's behind the wickets, he keeps as a busy man. He gets the ball, goes for the exit. So as you're standing at the crease as the batter, you're somehow scared, but he manages to cut off the run.
Great throw coming in there, pinning the man who was trying to get off strike. Away.
He goes to drive. There is a run out chance, but in the end Katoma Luko managing to cut off that run. Brilliant there for him. Two more balls to play in the penultimate over. Tom Adopo still hitting the hard length. I told you I love the way Adopo thinks. As the batter walks in, try to make sure that he makes access, just angles the ball away, and it results into another dot ball. One more ball for him to bowl in this over. Two batters at the crease were away to put runs in their names. Adam Muzefa with 9 off 5 and Abdul Wahid with 9 off 1. These two are both seamers, so they are really enjoying the test of what they bowl to their partners. Final ball of the 19th coming in. It will be a dot ball to wrap up the spell of Tom Adupu. His 4 overs have gone for just 14 runs and he's picked up 2 wickets. At the end of the 19th, 107 for 7 is the score. The batting card so far, the partnerships. The third wicket partnership of 55 off between Derek Okecho and Ochaya Amiri has been gold dust for the team. It has really helped them to cross the 3 psychological figures. But Okwalinga Collins will be coming in to bowl. When he was at Osoka College Muri during his times around 2014, 15 and 16, he used to be called the OC. He went to Masaka SS where he studied for just 1 year before going back to Soccer College Mwiri. And now he'll be coming in for his final over. Brilliant work there. Express pace. Okwalinga Collins is also a player for Rounders Cricket Club. He doesn't play many games because of his work schedule. But he is one of those players who always surface in their outfits. Good start to the final over. It's a dot ball for him to start the final over. 2 batters still looking to register runs. None of 2 for Abdul Wahid and none of 6 for Uzaifa Adams. Tries to play nothing short, but that is to the pads. And it will be a dot ball. Just making sure that he puts wickets into play every time he comes to bowl. 2 dot balls and 4 more deliveries there for Collins to bowl and wrap up the first innings. Shenyi down the track, a nothing short. Not so much contact there coming in, but they have a chance of picking up the second run. Brilliant running, Wahid and Huzaifa, as they bring up the second run. I tell you, these 2 players are both products of the Push Cricket Academy, and they were both in Nairobi as the team of Push traveled to Nairobi for the Obuya Cricket Academy Invitational. Had the chance of being in Nairobi around that time. It was a very cold time to be in Nairobi, and we were sleeping at Lenana School. That school located somewhere as you're heading to Mombasa. It was really a very good stable place. Hopefully we could make another mark and get there. The team won the tournament unbeaten in the under 19 category where these 2 were playing. Another one for Okwalinga, another dot ball. Two more balls for him to bowl. I tell you, experience will beat hard work. Shenyi down the track by Wahid, and the umpire says it would have gone on and hit the wickets. Okwalinga picks up his second wicket, cramping Abdul for room, and it's the 8th wicket that is falling. Collins Okwalinga just wrapping up his spell very nicely. He is had very nice figures. 2 wickets for just 9 runs in 3.5 overs. And the final wicket will be making way to the crease. He will just be hoping that he can wrap up very nicely. The tournament in terms of statistics, 31 matches have been played so far. 13 forfars, 28 maidens. Good figures. 0 hat-tricks. We have had some hat-trick balls, but then we've not seen any hat-tricks. 167 catches, 45 run-outs. Talk about the sharpness in the field. 3 centuries, all of them being by Robert Owili. 12 50s. 3 of them being by Robert Owili, the man with over 500 runs. He also has the highest score, 118, and we'll be seeing him put up the Obere show here tomorrow as the Sunrisers of Chitamba take on the Songa Rayos in another exciting semi-final game. Nasur Damadi coming to face the final delivery of this innings. Plays one down the ground, they will run and they will only take a single, bringing up 110. More 111 runs will see the Katosi Strikers win and they get into the finals. It's the semi-final of the Sabula T20 Challenge Cup happening here at Florida Cricket Oval, and it is the first semi-final, a clash between the Katosi Strikers and the Ssenyi Warriors. But that's the batting card. Amiri Ochaya, 39 of 32. He's been the leading run scorer in the day. Derek Okacho, 23 of 38. And 11 for Austin Mujuni. Heza Kawaiga earlier on posted 10, whereas Edgar Mdola went without troubling the scorers. 15 extras have been given away. Those ones are many. But the bowling card, 3 wickets for Eric Muksa, an economy of 4.25. But Emmanuel Okwalinga was the most economical, an economy of 2.50, and he's picked up 2 wickets. Tom Adupu also picked up 2 wickets. And as we come to the end of the first innings, that's the match summary. Amir Ocha, 39 of 32, Derek Okacho, 23 of 38, 11 of 10, and Eric Muksa leading in terms of taking the wickets. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi in the comms alongside Solomon Wamachigozi. We will take a short break and we will return as the Katosi Strikers require 111 runs from 120 balls to pick up victory.
You have to bat deep. Matia, masana. How are you, my big boss? My big boss. My big boss. Mr. So prophet. Mr. Ssenyi, I was going to find out. I'm not the The truth is we were beaten by Manchester. It was a different stage. The crowd was different. Sasa jangu tukole. Omupira kulika abamanyi. Abaina mpaka wa Arsenal bali mixed up abamanyi. Ola Barcelona mpira bwe yali okuba biseera byayo. Bwe ko kiseso ngatali. Yewa. Agira nkola nga bwajja. Run it and
The umpires have already made their way back to the center. Simon Chintu standing alongside Nakibule Elizabeth. It is the semi-final. 111 runs will be needed by the Katosi Strikers to pick up victory. That's the equation right in your frame. The Katosi Strikers taking on the Ssenyi Warriors in this first semi-final. 111 runs for victory. And we will be seeing what the Katosi Strikers can do. The dugout for the Katosi Strikers right in your frame. Colin is making sure that he gives motivation to the opening batters. It's the first semi-final of the Sabula T20 Cup happening here at Florida Cricket Oval, and it's a clash between the Ssenyi Warriors and the Katosi Strikers. The Warriors won the toss and opted to bat first and managed to score 110 for 8 in 20 overs. And now the Katosi, the team which was on top of the table after the double round robin, will be needing 111 runs from 120 balls for victory. Adam Uzaifa making his marks on the run-up because he will be opening the bowling for the Ssenyi Warriors. Two teams, but only one team can make it to the finals. Only one of these two will storm the finals. The opening batters are already in the middle and will be hoping they can make a mark. The first over of this interesting run chase will be from the forest end. The umpire showing that everything is set and we are ready for the action. Eric Muksa will be facing the first ball coming in from Uzaifa Adam. Fine leg, standing straighter, and the third man is standing wide. The two fielders outside of the 30 yards. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi, the comms, and I'm not alone. I have Solomon Wamachigozi here with me. Solomon, good afternoon. Welcome back from the break.
Thank you very much, Ivan. The Warriors have done their bit. Now it is up to the strikers.
First ball of the run chase, beautifully guided by Eric Muksa down third man. The first ball always sends the message. It's runs already. Muksa Eric opening the batting alongside Nathan Serunjoji. I tell you, this is a game which can swing either directions. So it's not yet over for the Ssenyi Warriors or the Katosi Strikers. Both teams will have to fight. If the Ssenyi Warriors can pick up some quick wickets, they will have a chance of picking up a result from this match.
Certainly, Ivan. And the Warriors will feel that they have got a get out of jail card. 2 quick wickets, but managing to breach the 3 figures target.
There is a no ball call there from the umpire as that's right in the block hole. Any overstepping no ball there coming in from Adamu Zaifa. They're not working with so many runs, so they don't want to find themselves in a place where they are giving away many. And it will be a free hit for Nathan Serunjoji.
Serunjoji has had starts in this tournament, but not gone on to do good things. But opportunity to free his arms, get a sighter on Huzaifa.
Shimmy down the track, good idea, but not hit well. It will just result into a single run. Some appeals, but the umpire will just count the balls.
Opportunity for Huzaifa to bring the wickets into play. Try and induce shots from the men out there in the middle.
Playing some hard lengths, worked by the field that covers, brilliant. They know they are dealing with a very small total, that's why they are putting up the fight. The Ssenyi Warriors, because they don't want to give away many. And it's a good over in the context of the game. If they can avoid of conceding boundaries early in the game, they will keep themselves alive in the game and keep the fight on. One off two for Nathan Serunjoji and 2 off 3 for Eric Mukisa. 107 from 116 is now the equation. 2 more to play in this over. I love that outswing. Bounces off the surface and just keeps moving. Asking him if he can cut. But no width for him. Width for him to cut.
Final ball of the first over.
And it will be a dot ball to mark the end to the first over. 1 over gone. And just 4 runs off that over. Current run at 4, required 5, 107 from 114 for victory.
Great pictures there coming from Deep End Sports. Make sure you're following this game live on their channel, Deep End Sports TV. You're on YouTube. Jackson Asiku comes into the attack, coming from the highway end. Didn't get many with the bat. Starts off with one swinging down the leg side, right into the body of Eric Mukisa. Solid from the batter and the dot ball to the bowler. Great cricket out there in the middle. Brought the ball back in. Slower pace.
The two opening bowlers for the Ssenyi strikers have understood the assignment, not giving them anything to work around with, just bowling the good areas. And these dot balls will take the pressure to the batting team. I love the way Jackson Asku's bowling express pace, hitting the deck hard, just complementing what Adam Uzaifa did in the first over where he gave away just 4 runs. Up in the air. Who wants that one? Many fielders running around it, but it goes through the hands of Julius Buoji. It could have been taken by anyone. Eddie Gamudola, Jackson Asuku. Buoji not getting hold onto that chance.
Took edges in the sky, but 3 fielders converging there. Buoji with the opportunity, and they will say that he was seeing somebody in the peripheral vision, but always get your eyes and hands to the ball. A disappointed Jackson Asiku. Pick up a single to that opportunity to add salt to the injury.
Yeah, Jackson Asiku is disappointed because he knows what this wicket meant to them. Eric Muksa, one of the handy batters who can steal the game, who can snatch the game away from you. He knows they clearly got an opportunity, but they have squandered it away. But more work to do for them. I love that extra pace coming in from him. Gets the ball. It's drifting away. 1 run given away by Jackson Asiku so far, plus a chance of a wicket created. And 1 more ball to play in this over. They sneak through for 1. And that marks the end of the over. 2 runs from Jackson Asku's first over, and 6 for none is the score after 2 overs.
Changes are plenty in the field setting. Of course, restrictions applying during the power play. Mujuni is sent out to mid-on. Huzaifa Adam will continue from the forest.
He went for 4 in his first over. Chance to run, and they do take the run. Much better idea there from Nathan Serunjoji. They know they will have to run a lot between the wickets, and they are making sure that they capitalize on every opportunity for running that has come their way.
Sometimes those missed opportunities have a very damaging psychological blow to the team, and you can feel that shoulders dropping, but they are still in this game, so the Warriors need to keep working. Express pace from Huzaifa Adam. No ball called by umpire Elizabeth Nachibule. Must be free hit indicated. Foot fault there.
Free hit now. It will be wide and he will have to ball it again. Trying to ball it wide of the batter. Misses his lane again and it's another wide, meaning the free hit stands. Adam Muzefa starting to overdo it.
Best without control. Had opportunity to bowl the free hit twice now, but unable to capitalize and find his radar once again. Opts to come right arm round.
Another wide. The unfortunate thing with that one is that it runs away and it goes to the boundary for 4. Adam Muzefa now starting to be costly for his team.
Still down the leg side, beats the keeper, crosses the boundary. Another one to dot down in the extras column. Cam heads will have to prevail in the Ssenyi Warrior ranks.
He gets the line right and goes out with the free hit. Much better lanes there coming in from Adam Muzefa. Still finding the runs. They know they don't want to put a lot of pressure onto the batting lineup, so they are making sure that they do some good work up front.
This batting partnership should bat deep. The strikers not blessed with much in the batting department. If you can get the first few batters out, then they will be in deep trouble. Final ball of the third over.
Wide and the extras.
finally gets his lines. Good ball. Serunjoji trying to play it over covers.
And the final ball of the third over. Getting it right. And that wraps up the third over. A bit expensive. 4 runs from his first and 11 from his second. At the end of the third over, 17 for no loss is the score after 3. And 194 runs needed from 102 balls.
In the first innings, we saw the partnership between Ochaya and Okecho doing great work for the Ssenyi Warriors. The appeal comes in, but that ball struck the bat clearly. Swing on offer from Jackson Asiku, returning from the highway end. Slower ball. Swing as there is a breeze blowing across the oval right now. Asiku in firm control of that ball right now. Good stuff. Bowling in the block hole. Sarunjoji trying to go over point and cover point region, but beaten by the pace and bounce from Asiku. Of course, realizing that the previous over went for plenty, 11 to be exact, and having to do some repair them. Strays down the leg side. That extra blotting, what would have been a good over so far from Jackson Asiku. Goes down the same line. And I hope that these extras do not come back to bite the Ssenyi Warriors. Just a reminder that the Warriors won the toss and elected to bat first in this encounter, the first semi-final of the Sabula T20 Cricket Challenge 2026. Soft hands, but no runs on offer. Nasul Damadi, the man in covers. And with Serunjoji on strike, the field has come in a little bit closer. He's been playing drop and run for most of his runs. Vacant, slippery zone. Accessed by Serunjoji. Great line to ball by Asiku. Had he had a slip in place, that would have been quite interesting. But it is the final ball of Asiku's second over. Opportunity for a run out missed by Julius Boji. Having that kind of a day, Nathan Sarunjoji and Eric Mukisa, the opening pair, still there after 4 overs. The score is 22 for no loss. Current run rate is 5.50. Required is 5.56. 89 runs in 96 balls. Sarunjoji 4 in 11 and Mukisa 5 in 15. A few loose overs have had the pressure that the Warriors had exerted all evaporate. Mukisa has been at the back end of about 2 or 3 man of match performances. Picked up some wickets with the ball, now with bat in hand, and he will have to bat and bat deep. Eric Matovu is the bowler coming into the attack from the forest end. Pulled immediately, that half tracker from Matovu, and they pick up a boundary. A very vacant cow corner accessed by Mukisa. The response from Matovu is the same. Another one bowled into the surface. Mukisa is a tall man and can pull, picks up to that one. Thick outside edge. Amirocha was a bit interested, but that ball far away from his grasp. Taller man would have had that in air gloves, but great line. But of going wide of the stumps. Nathan Sarunjoji has had no joy with that stroke. Always beaten for pace and trying to go hard instead of trying to guide that ball through the Gary area. Wicket time! Sarunjoji departs. Eric Matov, the man who gets the breakthrough for the Ssenyi Warriors. Bowls that one back of a length, turns back in, beats the man hands down, and he will have to depart. A cutter there from Matovu. "29 runs for the loss of 1 after 4.5 overs. The first wicket falling to Eric Matovu. Nathan Sarunjoji departing for 4 runs. comparison of the scoring rates there between the two sides. Jonathan Nyenya, the new man in. Wicket-keeper batter. New man in is Jonathan Nyenya. And one ball to complete the first over from Eric Matovu. And more of the same to break partnerships, pick wickets. We'll see the Ssenyi Warriors right in the mix to win this contest. Balls that into the stumps line. Nyenya right off the mark there. 30 for 1 after 5 overs. One final over coming up to complete the power play in the second innings. The strikers requiring 81. In 90 balls, a finely poised contest. But the man who has got breakthroughs in this tournament, Augustine Mujuni, will replace Jackson Asiku at the highway end. Starts off with one that is moving well beyond the tram lines. They don't have a lot to play with, so cannot afford to be generous. Quick start from Eric Mukisa makes that interesting, but it is a single there. Fielder Scott napping. Mujuni comes out into the attack and starts being generous. There's a few runs in extras might come back to bite the Warriors. Just get in, start right on the dot. Some adjustment there, but that ball straying down the leg side. All pressure right back onto the bowler. Has bowled only one Lego delivery so far for his first over. Played off the pads skillfully by Eric Mukisa, the man who should bat deep to see his side cross into victory and earn their place in the tomorrow's finals. Fitness levels certainly coming into play for all the players. 3 weeks of intense cricket. Lots of cricket being played this tournament, and as well as the Cricket Uganda 50 over men's league in the gold, silver, bronze A and bronze B categories. Most of these players involved on the weekend. Better line now with consecutive dot balls. Finding his range is Mujuni. Has third man out. About that one because there was a mix-up in his run-up, but 2 balls will see him complete his first over.
Yeah, the bowling change that the captain has taken, bringing in Eric Mukisa into the attack from the first end, paid dividends as they got rid of Nathan Serunjoji. Jonathan Nyenya, the wicketkeeper, the new batter who's just come in, receiving some express pace from Austin Mujuni. And now they will be hoping that they can wrap up this over very quickly. But the wicket for them to get is Eric Mukisa's wicket, because it does exposes the batting lineup. Most of 86 runs in 85 balls. Mathematically possible, but very hard if Mukisa does not stick in. Beaten by pace, Jonathan Nyenya, and it's another dot ball. And that dot ball marks the end of the over. Austin Mujuni goes for 5 runs in his first over, and after 6:35 for 1 is the score. It's the semi-final of the Sabula T20 Cricket Challenge Cup happening here at Florida Cricket Oval. A clash between the Ssenyi Warriors and the Katosi Strikers. Number 1 taking on number 4. More 78 runs needed in 84 balls. The Ssenyi Warriors won the toss and opted to bat first and managed to score 110 runs. And now they are hoping that their bowling attack can help them to keep the Katosi Strikers in check. A winner here will face the winner between the Songa Royals and the Chitamba Sunrisers, a clash which will happen tomorrow in the morning, the semi-final 2. The game swinging both ways. Current run with 5, required 5. It means this game can go either way. 13 off 19 for Mukisa Eric. He will need to stick in if his team is to cross that victory line. And those are some of the bars. The Ssenyi Warriors started off very nicely. The most good over for them was the 3rd. Unlike for the Katosi Strikers, who have been having some slow action. Some medical attention being given to Jonathan Nyenya, but Matov will be coming in to bowl his 2nd over.
End of the power play indicated by umpire Nachibule. Field restrictions lifted. Long off is sent out with long on.
Not close coming in from Eric Mukisa. He wanted to bowl it to the off stump, but misses his line, and it's a wide out of the tram lines. And those are welcoming runs for the Katosi Strikers, who are in need of runs. Much better there from Eric Mukisa, playing it right in the block hole.
Mukisa trying to use his wrists to play to the leg side. No best there.
Yeah, Eric Mukisa bowling to Eric Matovu. The two players whose names have confused all through the tournament, Solomon.
Just like you did in that Easters.
Brilliant there by Matovu Eric. Putting his body down on the ground and making sure that he saves that one. He knows they're not working with so many runs, so how they fight in terms of fielding will determine the result of this match.
Matov has been the game changer so far in this bowling attack. Of course, getting that breakthrough. And now doing good things.
It brushed on something, but it's the pads, meaning it cannot be out. There was an appeal because of the sound, but the umpire is probably watching that one. Wants to cut, but there was no width for him to cut. Uganda in Namibia 94 for 7. More 210 runs needed in 162 balls.
Ivan, I tell you, it is the hope that kills, but a place in the finals up for grabs in this encounter.
Width, and that is cut, but there is a waiting fielder, Nasur Damadi, doing the sweeper roll. Will do the clean-up job, cutting that one to just one run. Brilliant. But of going a bit wide on that occasion, needs to make sure that he bowls close. One more ball for him to bowl in this over. And it's a dot ball to mark at the end of the over. 2 runs coming from this over by Eric Matov. And at the end of the 7th, 37 for 1 is the score. Austin Mujin will be coming back to bowl his second over. 74 in 78 needed. The gap between the runs and balls is starting to close in. Not a very good, not something so good for the Katosi strikers. Mujin gave away 5 in his first. Hit up in the air. There is a waiting fielder, but Martin Woji with another drop. I beg your pardon, Julius Woji dropping the same man. A clear chance has been put down again. Woji Julius, the guilty one, again putting down Mukisa for the second time in this game.
Trying to catch it the Australian way, yet that ball was way down his chest and should use the conventional way. Injured in the process, the medic on the field, but another opportunity put down. Make that about 3 in this inning so far. And for a wicket keeper, that beggars belief.
Yeah, it was a clear chance of catching, and guilty, not for the first time but for the second time in the game. He doesn't get hold onto that opportunity. He puts down an opportunity. Julius Woj, and what would have been a wicket is now a catch. I beg your pardon, what would have been a wicket is now a run, as that catch is put down. You'll have to go and do some work, practice a lot and work on his fielding. All his fielders went holding their heads when that was put down.
Another live offer to Eric Mukisa. Will he go on to punish them? But it is Nyenya now on strike. He went hard, chanced his arm, and Lady Luck smiled on him. Mujuni creating the opportunity. Substitute fielder is on as Boji Julius gets some treatment.
I tell you, recovering from someone putting down your chance is something very hard, because you feel you've done the work. Hadadi Chiveru, he's come on as the substitute fielder, but that's not a very good idea there coming from him.
The strikers will need to target 1 over to be really safe and ahead of the required run rate.
Headlines, they are being hit by Austin Mujuni. I have loved the calmness of Eric Mukisa in this run chase, because he knows it's not about excitement, it's about how he takes on this batting innings, and he's made sure that he takes in to see his team through. He goes hard, not very good, he was not in the frame. If that had been a straight ball, it could have resulted into a wicket. Nonetheless, it's a dot ball. Swinging hard again and losing the frame, and it's another dot ball.
You feel like Mukisa is living dangerously, trying to swing, having not planted his foot in line, trying to go for the big boundary riders out there at long off and long on. And unless he muscles it, he will perish. Final ball of the over from Mujuni.
Brilliant pace coming in from Mujuni. And it's another dot ball. End of the over. 2 runs in this over, and after the 8th, 39 for 1 is the score. 72 in 72. The issue has been that the number of runs and the number of balls has been closing in. Now the two are level, and you would wish the number of balls to be slightly more than the number of runs.
2 good overs from Mujuni and Matovu, halting the flow of the runs from the Katosi strikers. Boundaries have been quiet in this innings. Eric Matovu will continue from the forest end.
Your fine figures for him: 2.1 overs, and he's just considered 10 runs and picked up a wicket, the only wicket in this game. Matovu, he will be hoping that he can continue doing the good work for his side.
The timeline will show you even that those are 6 balls on the trot that have been bowled to the Katosi strikers. The Ssenyi Warriors finally finding their groove. And a quicker one that stays low, with Nyenya having no answers whatsoever. pressure firmly upon the shoulders of the men in green. Dot ball pressure. Nyenya caught in between minds whether to play forward or back to that ball. One final delivery, and if it's a good one, we'll see Matovu pick up a maiden or a wicket maiden over. Absolute brilliant bowling from the young man Eric Matovu, picking up that ball and doing a job for his captain, picking up a rare maiden. And after 9 overs, it is 39 for the loss of 1 for the Katosi Strikers. Required run rate being 6.55, current 4.33, 72 runs needed in 66 balls. Get across the line and you punch your way into the finals happening here at Florida Cricket Oval tomorrow afternoon.
But what a fine over there, a fine over there coming in from Eric Matovu, a maiden over the 9th. Jonathan Nyenya, 3 of 14. More 72 needed in 66. Mujuni Austin returns with the maiden. He's so far given just 7 runs in the first overs that he has bowled. That he will be hoping that he can keep bowling the good areas. 15 of 29 for Eric Mokisa. Backwards there for Austin Mujuni.
Almost in danger of that ball going way beyond the strip, and doing all the fine work from Matovu so far. He's not bowled poorly except for those few extras. Should get his game first on. There is the final, the semi-final to be won.
Again, that outswing still costing them runs that they will regret if they don't go on and defend. They're not working with so many runs, and they are currently paying away the generosity, bowling so many wides.
The first innings it was 15 extras, and the Warriors trying to match that. That stroke from Mukisa has been the problem. He's decided to go hard and wide instead of playing straight to balls. Try and rotate the strike. You now find yourself that the balls are less than the required runs.
Much better balls are coming in from Austin Mujini. Those balls that are angle in for the batters are not very easy balls to hit. So he will need to make sure that he keeps bowling that area. He misses the line again and it's wide.
Is this the the turning point in this match between the strikers and the Warriors. Almost halfway of the second innings. And while the bats have been quiet, the extras column has been rolling along.
Mujuni Austin still bowling those weights. And when you look at this game in terms of weights, the Ssenyi Warriors gave away 15 in the first overs, and the second overs, I beg your pardon, the Katosi Strikers gave away 15 in the first innings, but the Ssenyi have so far given away 22. Make it 23.
He has bowled a full over of weights, and it is only a madman who expects different results from the same methodology. Change the angle of attack that you are coming in. Opportunity created, not taken. But that is what a thinking bowler should be doing. He has now cut down on his run-up as he was coming from quite far, and manages to keep that to 1.
Much better lane than Mujuni. And surprisingly, I tell you, the good balls that he has hit have not been hit for many, so he clearly has no reason of bowling those many weights. Cut off the run up a bit, make sure that you keep hitting the right areas.
Also vary the angle that you're coming into the crease, because those balls have been going way beyond the offside. So try and bowl closer to the stumps, bowl it in the middle, and that ball will move away towards slips.
Final ball of the over. Brilliant watch. Bouncer. And it's a dotty ball. End of the 10th, and at the halfway mark, 46 for 1 is the score. At the same moment in the game, the Ssenyi Warriors had 51 for a loss of 2 wickets.
Jackson Asiku deciding to bowl Eric Matovu on the trot, coming in from the forest end. I think it is a good idea, bearing in mind how he has bowled throughout this match, picking up that vital wicket, but above all, that maiden over.
And I think bringing in Eric Matov to bowl means he'll be bowling some good areas, get some dirty balls, keep the pressure on, and make sure that he keeps the game alive. Because he knows the more he bowls dirty balls, the more they will drag this game on and keep the pressure on. And you can see there what Eric Matov does bowling dot balls and keeping the pressure on.
It's been quiet out there in the middle. Great pickup from Huzaifa at cover point to keep that to 1. The strikers have been guilty of trying to go hard at every single ball, but now resorting to the tried and trusted drop and run. The non-striker doing some fielding for the opposition. And another wicket we'll see, but we'll finish up with very good figures so far.
Nearly a leading edge. Eric Muksa could have gotten hold onto that one in his follow-through. And it's another opportunity that is put down by them. A half chance given, but he will be happy that it has resulted into a dot ball because it keeps them alive in this game.
Great fighting spirit from Matovu, knowing the job at hand with the runs that they put on. Balls that one into the block hole, and what a fine over. Matovu Eric completing his allotted 4, picking up 1 wicket, conceding only 12 runs at an economy of 3. After the 11th over, it is 48 for the loss of 1 for the Katosi strikers. Lost the toss and were asked to field first. Conceded 110 runs. 63 now required in the remaining 54 balls. It is not yet all over for either side in this contest, and we will see spin for the first time in this innings. Derek Okecho comes to replace the expensive Mujuni from the highway end.
Yeah, we'll be seeing some spin coming in from Derek Okecho. He is a handed spinner who will want to turn the ball around. Starts with the full one, which is played. There is work to do by the fielder running in from cover. They take on his arm and pick up the second run. Much better there from the Katosi strikers. No boundaries coming their way. They will need to run a lot, and that double brings up the 50 runs as the team total. 50 for 1 after 11.1 overs. Trying to angle it away from him, but it's a bit full. Good work there by Edgar Mdola, cutting it off to just a single. Hit hard. Work to do by Gatwaha. They know how much they will need to work well to make sure that they don't give away these main runs. So they're making sure that they allow them only take singles.
Great rotation of strike, great running in between the wickets. Another single picked up But that is what has been lacking for the Katosi strikers in the previous 4 overs. Trying to go big, missing the balls.
That goes down to the fences. 1 bounce for Eric Mukisa, saying I've seen enough of Okecho's bowling, and he sends him down to the cleaners.
Flighted one outside the stumps. No man at long on. And he swings his arms. Much deserved boundary comes in after a quiet period. The Katosi strikers realizing that they need to up the ante and the pace as it was creeping away. The number of balls were creeping away from the required runs.
Much better there from Derek Okecho, and that marks the end of the over. 11 overs gone and 56 for 1 is the score.
The sunshine on the oval and the shadows competing. But it is the Sabula T20 Cricket Challenge. Semi-final number 1, Katosi Strikers against the Ssenyi Warriors. An evenly poised encounter as Selwada makes an appearance as a bowling change coming in from the forest end.
Yeah, he is at the back of a very fine over. He was the player of match in the morning game. That's so he said.
He was the difference maker when they were playing the Blasters, picking up vital wickets and breaking partnerships. The same role that his captain has asked him to do in this encounter.
Good work there from Abdul Ahmed. He goes for a slow bouncer. Eric Mix are trying to pull it away, but nowhere close to hitting that ball down to deep mid wicket. Played back down the ground. Work to do for Edgar Mudola. Good work. You look at the pickup and the throw. No fumbling, no one. Because he knows they don't have so many runs. 54 runs needed in 47 balls. This game might get down to the wire.
Most certainly, if they keep dotting and no boundaries whatsoever, a very interesting contest turning out to be. But this time, that ball going straight down the leg side, trying to angle it across the man. Serwada has no third man out. Just a fine leg, long on and long off, deep extra cover and cow corner as boundary riders. That is a handshake from Jonathan Nyenya, guilty of tossing that to that man, Eric Matovu. It is the second wicket to fall for the Katosi Strikers, and they are in deep, deep trouble. The Warriors, the better side so far, the happier side so far, as we'll have another look at that.
Yeah, good work there. Eric Matovu has been the busybody. He gets hold onto that opportunity and he takes that catch dearly. Wahid Ahmed coming into the attack and paying dividends already. A bit of an edge there, not too much control in that shot. And the cover fielder in Eric Matovu getting hold onto the opportunity to see his side take another wicket. The second one goes and 59 for 2 is what the board reads.
Are we on for an upset, Ivan? Because coming into the semi-finals, obviously the Warriors playing in the morning, fatigue you would feel would come into play. Not only that, the strikers, the men in green, have been the form team, having lost only 2 encounters in the tournament so far, but now in a spot of bother as the men in blue, the Warriors, want to deny them that ticket into the finals for tomorrow.
I tell you, when the runs got to the hundreds, I knew it was always going to be a tall order for the Katosi strikers to chase. If Eric Mukisa gets out and so the new batter calling is Okwalinga, it will be very hard for them to pick up victory. A lot of batting responsibility rests on the shoulders of Eric Mukisa and Emmanuel Okwalinga to get the remaining 52 runs in 44 balls.
Yes, speaking of the first innings total from the Warriors crossing the 100 runs mark, certainly I too felt that it was that the strikers were a little bit generous. You had those overs from Stephen Otieno, Malcolm Kato. When the pressure was on, the opening pair had bowled quite brilliantly. And the man who had magical figures with the ball now comes in with a blade in hand. Collins Okwalinga.
Player for Rounders Cricket Club. The only thing that backs Collins is Okwalinga in everything he does is his experience. But then Wahid Ahmed has been bowling some fine spells since morning. He will be hoping that he can angle that ball away from Okwalinga. Okwalinga swinging hard, but the ball keeping low. And it will be a dot ball to start off the over. One more ball to complete this over. Touch and go. They take the run.
Thirteen overs done and dusted. The score is 60 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. 51 runs required in 42 balls. Required run rate now going beyond the 7 to 7.29. Current is 4.66. Eric Mukisa still there from the beginning. 23 in 41. Well below the required striking rate. The new man in picking up 1 run in 2.
Yeah, what a fine over there from Abdul Wahid. He's given away 3 runs and picked up a wicket in his first over. But Jackson Ascopa bowled the 2 overs and conceded 7 runs will be coming on to bowl. He knows it's time for them to break a partnership, and if they get rid of one of these 2 batters, they will have made inroads and applied the pressure back to the batting team. 51 in 42. This game can swing either way, but I tell you, currently the Ssenyi Warriors stand as favorites. Unless Collins Okwalinga and Eric Mukisa can bat out of their skins to pick something for the Katosi strikers.
Asiku sends out long on and long off. Kaokona. Deepex recovers boundary riders. A very vacant Going for power there, but not lining up that ball. The appeals come in for stumping, but the man was well in his crease. The Warriors now with some swagger in their gait, realizing that they are well on top at the moment in this encounter against the strikers.
Jason Ask is taking his time because he knows how crucial his spell is. This is his third over, so he will be hoping that he can bowl well. A bit of a leading edge, they will take the run and it will not hurt.
Asiku has to be careful on how he plans his bowlers, the people that are going to bowl the final overs. Mujuni still has some few overs to go. A shimmy down the track, but the umpire indicates that it is no run because no shot was offered by Eric Mukisa. I love the attitude that Okwalinga has come in with. Tells the young man, just get back to ball, drop it there and we can run.
Yeah, because clearly he knows how important it is to run between the wickets. Pulled away and pulled into the gap. Baiga giving it the best of his chase. He manages to retrieve the ball, cutting off the boundary, and they will only take 2 runs.
Mukisa realizing that he has to go and to go now, swings his arms to that one.
Hit up in the air, chance to catch, but it will land safe. Eric Mukisa starting to play the shots.
Of course, opportunities are going to be offered, just like that one. Asiku not amused at all, but that ball falling safely. It would have taken a superhuman effort from the wicketkeeper and the man at backward square.
Down the ground, straight as a ruler, but there is a man. Cuts that one off. A textbook shot driven down the ground by Okwalinga. And that single will wrap up the over. 14 overs gone and 65 for 2 is the score.
This is the partnership that should see the strikers home. But the Warriors will have a thing or two to say about this.
Ahmed Wahid Sarwada coming back for his second over, and he starts with a dot ball. I tell you, that challenging line, the ball that goes across is a bit challenging from him. Because somehow you don't know that it will stick on the borderline or it will give you width to cut. So you have to be very cautious because they can quickly take your wicket.
He's got few balls, but he has created opportunities for catches.
Bowling to the pads, and that is worked down the backward of the square, down at long, at fine leg. Doing some good work there. Austin Mujuni cutting that one off from running to the boundary. leading edge, and the singles will not hurt them.
Singles may not hurt, but rotating strike has created pressure back onto the fielders. They're sneaking along, and before you know it, they might have caught up with the required rate, all disappeared away in the distance.
Pulled away straight to the fielder. There was a run-out chance. If that bowler had been thrown to the bowler's end, there was a clear opportunity. Two more balls to wrap up the 15th over. Should be a no ball. He wanted to execute a yorker, and in the end he misses his line. There's a no ball call from the umpire, and he will have to bowl that one again. Stray hit for Okwalinga to face and capitalize. Colin is Okwalinga on 4 of 9 and Eric Mukisa on 28 of 45. Makes a shift down the track and makes full patches. It's fumbled by Haddad Chiveru. They only take one run, but clearly Haddad Chiveru losing balance. They had a chance of taking the second run, but turned down by Mukisa Eric.
Good response from Wahid and good work from Haddad Chiveru. Mid-wicket keeps that within the boundary ropes. Some slight miscommunication between the batters almost resulted in a run-out opportunity.
Brilliant there from Wahid Ahmed to wrap up the over. 15th gone and 72 for 2 is the score. A fine over there from Wahid Ahmed coming to an end. I think now the captain has started taking care of the death offers because now they'll be introducing Damandi Nasur into the bowling attack.
I told you that he needed to keep some overs for him. Premium bowlers realizing that he has only one left and an opportunity with the shadows lengthening on this oval for Nasul Damadi to come into the attack from the from the highway end.
Yeah, but Nasul Damadi, another bowler who is handled with the ball, if he goes on and just hits the good areas, it will be a very good change for the captain. They don't have so many runs, so you need to just keep sure that you're bowling the good areas. Extra cover, longer off, longer on, third man, and cow corner all at the boundary. Up in the air, there is a running fielder, and that is put down. Some of the moments for them to regret because they have gotten so many opportunities of getting the catches and they have put down many.
Uninspired change there from Jackson Asiku. The man running in from the boundary made his ground but had hands, and that one slipped through. Pick up one. Okwalinga survives. All action out happening out there in the middle. One picked up as the value for that shot. Cut powerfully from Mukisa.
The man Nassul still bowling the good areas. Play down. Much better if we're there from Hadari Chibiru could have saved that one from going away. In the end, they sneak through for 2 runs. Very cash. If he had put his ball down on the line, he could have saved it from conceding those runs. But the umpire showing that 1 run is short.
What's the effort in the long run if you can make your ground before you turn? Okwalinga retains strike if that was the plan from him.
Off the pads. Work to do by Veiga, and only a single they do take. Brilliant. Current run rate 4, required 8, because the gap between the number of balls and runs has become very big. 37 in 27. It's still game on.
Certainly, Ivan, but it doesn't hurt for the men in green to keep picking up those singles and hope to capitalize on the bad balls when they come. Final ball.
Full toss and dispatched away. Wahid Ahmed with a fine stop and cutting that one off to just a single. Good work being done by the Ssenyi Warriors. They are really putting in the shifts and playing like a final that wants, like a team that wants to make it to the finals. For a loss of 2 is the score as we come to the end of the 16th over. A much better over there from Nasruda, but I thought he would come and bowl so many extras. But he's really been hitting the right areas and making sure that he keeps his team in the game.
Certainly realizing the task at hand. It was a good over. No boundaries coming from that one as well. So, good work from the young man. The strikers still in this game. The Ssenyi Warriors with the upper hand, but I'll tell you, games can change within an over.
Yeah, Uzaifa Adams now coming back to bowl. He opened the bowling in this game and will be just making sure that man there, Adam Uzaifa.
You cannot afford gifts at this point in time of the innings.
Wide, the free hit will be bowled again. It rolls onto the wickets, but it's a free hit, meaning nothing happens. Will be scored as a dot ball, but that's a much better ball there coming in from Uzaifa Adams.
Finds the line that he should be bowling at. Mukisa going for the big swing, trying to connect and by a boundary that his side desperately needs at this point in time. But good comeback from Uzaifa.
This game is going down to the wire. 31 in 23. It's become more and more exciting. Pulled away, but there is a man. Good work there by Jackson Asuku. And just one run is taken. Middle wicket conference. Oh, they are exchanging bats. I thought he was telling him touch and go. Current run rate 4, required 8. 30 more runs needed in 22 balls for victory. A winner here books a place in the finals. Not very good work there by Wahid Ahmed, as he doesn't manage to cut off that run. When you look at the number of wickets that they still have, the Katosi strikers, they still have 8 wickets at hand. It's time for them to play some free shots, because the game is getting down to the wire.
Hoping that those wickets translate into runs.
Yeah, wickets at hand are not runs at hand. You never know what could happen when the wickets keep tumbling, but then they need to step up some gears.
This is the pair that should see them home, and one of them has to choose and go hard.
Two more in this over by Adam Uzaifa. Cut Powerplay, but there is a man waiting at extra cover. There is a no ball call from the umpire. Adam Uzaifa will have himself to blame for stepping ahead of that.
This is something to work on from the young man. That after he has marked out his run up, then he can add another small step. But the free hit is coming.
Free hit, play down the ground, but there is a fielder, Edgar Mdola. Fine stop and good throw. He doesn't waste time with the ball, making a very good shift and making sure that he stops that one to only a single. One more ball in this over. Last ball of this over, dubbed down, and they do take the run. End of the over. 17 overs have been bowled, and 86 for 2 is the score. 25 runs needed in 18 balls. It is still a close contest here. The Katosi strikers coming into this game as clear favorites. But that's the equation, 25 in 18. The game can swing either way.
Need to get some boundaries, and now the strikers, otherwise it will be go home time. 25 in 18, doable. And I feel this should be the over that they target to get as close as possible to the 100 runs mark. Nasul Damadi entrusted with the ball to continue from the highway end. Eric Bukis has been there. 32 in 53. Collins Okwalinga 12 in 17. The target remains a static 111 to win.
Hit straight to the fielder in the deep. Wahidi Ahmed gets hold onto that opportunity. Nasul Damadi coming back into the attack, and he makes inroads. It's the wicket that they wanted. It's Eric Mukisa who falls, and his pedestrian 32 of 54 comes to an end.
Swings hard, but the waiting Wahid makes amends for that dropped catch earlier on. Widith Onofa trying to target the extra cover region. And the strikers are in deep trouble.
25 more runs needed in 17 balls for the Katosi strikers to pick up victory and seal a spot in the final. There will be another final happening tomorrow between the Nsonga Royals as they come here tomorrow in the morning, and they will be taking on the Chitamba Sunrisers tomorrow in the morning.
Chitamba certainly with the man on form, man leading the batting chart, Robert Owidi, but also the man who carries the batting hopes of the Sunrisers. Oftentimes we've seen him come in, and the moment he goes out, the runs dry up. A buoyant man in blue, the Ssenyi Warriors. What a story it would be. Couldn't buy a win in the first 2 weeks, but if they're to dethrone the men in green, will book their spot in the finals happening in the evening tomorrow.
I tell you, not only does that wicket by Eric Mukisa create more trouble onto the batting card of the Katosi strikers, it also gives a boost to the Ssenyi Warriors, because clearly it was the wicket they did want, and now they've got it. Kasim Adam, the man of the placements, will now come, but a lot of work for him to do. 25 in 17, Colin is still hanging on the other side with 12 of 17. I repeat, this game can swing in any direction.
Certainly, and it would be very interesting to look at the dot balls that have been consumed by the strikers, because now they find themselves facing an uphill task, trying to breach 110 runs to tie the encounter and 111 to outrightly win. Adam Kasim, standing captain in the absence of Robert Ajuna, new man in, and he will have to go from the first ball. 5 more balls in this over from Nasul Damadi.
He gets back on the back foot, not a very good idea on the straight ball. He would have stepped forward and tried to drive. Kasim Adam, the man nicknamed Dikadanke, they know each other with Jaffa Ochaya. They are all from the Naguru. I beg your pardon. Yeah, they come from the Naguru area, that downtown area, one of the suburbs around Kampala. They are all part of the Push Cricket Academy, so they will exchange a few words. Good work there by Jackson Asco, cutting off the ball and making sure that he throws it back right away. No pressure. I love the question again, which translates into where is he going?
Certainly no run on offer there for Adam Kasim, man who has played through the Ramadan period, managed to lead his troops to victories.
Inside out, but that's up in the air. There is a fielder. Not too much effort coming in from Eddie Gamudola. It could have been a catch if he had given it his 100%. He gives 80% and he only saves that one from running away to the boundary. This is the semi-final of the Sabula T20 16th day of action here in Florida. Tournament sponsored by Kings, the Children's Medical Center, Deep End Sports Media, Mukono Cricket Community, and Cricket Uganda. Another full ball going down the leg for wides. Nasul Damadi starting to do the good work he has already done for the team. With just 2 more balls to play in this over. Not sure who bowls the final over of this game. Wahid has an over. Asuku has another over. Maybe the plan is to bring Asuku to bowl the 19th. Oh, sorry, to bring Wahid to bowl the 19th and Asuku bowls the 20th. swinging hard but losing his shape. Okwalinga, and it's another dot ball.
Precious dot ball there from Nasul Damadi. The sighters from Okwalinga not lining up that ball well, trying to go over the boundary at long on. Final ball of a brilliant over so far from Nasul.
23 in 13. I had just gotten off the pads. A chance for taking 2 runs because that ball was too defined. Yes, they run through and pick up 2. End of the over. 4 runs in the 18th. 90 for 3 is the score after 18. Current 105 required 10. 21 more runs needed in 12 balls.
A very interesting encounter so far between the men in blue, the Warriors, and the men in green, the Strikers, the team that has been top of the log from day one, but now finding themselves in a spot of bother. The conference at the umpire's end is to decide who is going to bowl the penultimate over. And Huzaifa has the ball in hand. A tight over from him is required, while the men in green need runs and boundaries to be exact to have any sniff of victory. Zaifa with a shortened random sends out boundary riders at extra cover, deep mid wicket, long off and long on.
Width to cut, and that is cut. It's running to the boundary. Men giving it a chase. Good work there from Austin Mujuni. I love the way he keeps that one in play, but he manages to cut off a boundary. Fine placement from Kasim Adam.
That is the game from Kasim. Always placing the balls. 2 runs saved by Mujuni. The chase was on from the start there.
Another good placement, but there is a man at point, Eric Matovu. And it will be a dot ball. Telling Okwalinga that we have to keep the pressure on and make sure that we take all these runs. It's becoming interesting. It's getting down to the wire. And when you look at the 19 from
7 wickets still back in the hands. But the men out there in the middle, Okwalinga and Kasim, need to go.
He plays that one through cover. What a creamer. Chance for them to take 2 runs. The placement, very nice. And they sneak through for the second run, reducing the deficit to 17 in 9. It's going down, Solomon.
Great work from Adam Kasim. He might not find the boundaries, but places those balls accurately in the gaps, picks up 2. And if they can pick up 2 per over, 2 per ball, no one needs boundaries.
There was an appeal, but clearly that ball was put down by the wicket keeper.
Will this be a defining moment in this ranches? Amir Ochaya dropping the man, Adam Kasim. Another dot ball. 2 back-to-back dot balls. Only 4 runs so far coming off this over from Adam. One Adam bowling to another.
Dot ball there from Adam. The Aleshimi by Kasim Adam. results into another dot ball. And now we get to the final 6 balls of this match. The Ssenyi Warriors have brilliantly done a lot of good work. They batted first, having won the toss, scored 110 runs, but they have been so brilliant in the field. 17 runs needed in 6 balls.
Bearing in mind that they are playing back-to-back games, they have done a good job. 17 runs required from 6 balls. Still doable mathematically, but you feel that the Warriors right on top of this encounter. Jackson Asiku coming to bowl that over. He kept Collins Okwalinga. He will have to bat out of his skin if he will get to play another match in this tournament. Man making his debut, coming in at the crucial time. Asiku sends out long on and long off. Cow corner. Extra cover as boundary riders. 6 balls will see the end of this encounter. Who will emerge victorious?
17 in 6, but what a final spell he's had so far. He bowled 3 overs, conceding just 12 runs, and now he will be hoping for a very good finish. Jackson Collins Okwalinga, who is on 14 of 19, will be facing longer on, longer off, extra cover. There is a waiting field at deep point and another one at third man. He goes hard, that's up in the air, 2 fielders running round it, but the safest of gloves gets hold on to the chance. Ochaya Amiri on his debut gets another debutant out. Clearly that was the idea, try and make sure that you put the fielder, the bowler under pressure, pick up the bound off the first ball, but just an edge, and there he goes.
Swinging that ball in, losing shape there. Okwalinga, that boy going high. Safe pair of hands from Amir Ochaya, doing a great job for his team. And you feel at this point in time, it is a very, very dicey contest. Not yet able to call it as it is, can still turn any other way. But with the men who had been set going out in Mukisa and now Okwalinga, you feel like it is a tough ask for the men in green.
Jackson picking up a wicket in his name on the very first ball of the final over of this game. 17 more runs needed from 5 balls. More 6 wickets at hand, but wickets at hand are not runs at hand. Adupu Tom making his way from the dugout to the crease.
A very valiant effort from the men in blue, who have given their all in this encounter and now stand at the cusp of dethroning that form team, the pedigree team.
Yeah, a team that has been on top of the table from the beginning of this tournament. Now, not sure if they can defy all the odds, because now all the odds are against them. They'll need to play something out of nothing to get the remaining 17 runs. Tom Adupu, a handy bowler, but not really someone you could give the bat to come and chase.
3 runs per ball will not see them home. They need at least 4 runs per ball.
Tom Adupo now at the crease.
It will be Tom Adupo. Man, brilliant with the ball. Required to do some magic for the men in green.
Wide. Jackson Asuku wanted to bowl that borderline Yorker. He misses in execution, and it's a wide going the way of the Katosi strikers. All coming runs now required is 16 from 5. He plays that one in the surface, and it will only result into a dirty ball.
The semi-final turning out to be just like the final yesterday that was at Wembley. Clearly the stronger team not coming to the party. 4 balls will see the completion of this match.
Swinging hard, Tom Adupo loses his shape, and it's a dot ball from Jackson Asuku. He's got the ball swing away from Tom. He gets it into the gap past the fielder, but they will only take 2 runs. He's made some contact there, Tom Adupo, but there is still work to do. 2 runs taken and more 14 needed in 2 balls. They must score a boundary on this.
Right, and it is 2 balls. And that is that. What a story for the men in blue. Started out this tournament when they could not buy a win, but have defied all odds to come and dethrone the men in green, the Katosi strikers, denying them an opportunity to go to the finals. What a story. What a performance. Jackson Asuku leading his troops magnificently. The Ssenyi Warriors winning by 13 runs in these first semi-finals of the Sabula T20 Cricket Challenge. The celebrations begin, but it is hard luck to the men in green. Missing vital personnel in Robert Ajuna, Keith Danamani, but so have the Warriors. Missing key personnel too. Are we looking at a Cinderella story as the men who were dead and buried at the beginning of this tournament finally rising up and throwing down the gauntlet to each and everyone who has stood in their way? I look at the batting cards, we'll see Eric Mukisa, 32 in 54, and Okalinga, 14 in 20, as the only people in double figures. 33 extras bowled in the 20 overs. Great bowling there from Jackson Asuku, 1 for 15. 15 dot balls in 4 overs at an economy of 3.75. Eric Matovu, game changer, 4 overs, 17 dot balls, 12 runs, picking up a vital wicket, economy of 3. Abdul Wahid, picking up 1 wicket in his 2 overs, conceding 7 for 3.50. Nasul Damadi, breakthrough, 1 for 10. That is the match summary, and don't go anywhere as post-match presentation will be brought to you. My name is Solomon Wamachigozi, and stay here for the post-match presentations.
Good evening and welcome to the post-match presentation of the first semi-final. A 13 runs victory for the Ssenyi Warriors, and they booked a place in the finals. But let me invite the captain for the Katosi Strikers. Tell you what might have gone wrong. Kasim, you came into the game after break. Would it have costed you this match?
The openers costed me too much, man, today, man. They got too many dot balls. That led to our loss, man, today, man.
Hard luck, man, and go well. Let me invite the captain for the Ssenyi Warriors, Jackson Asiku. Jackson, congratulations upon winning the game. 110 runs on board. Did you feel like it was something defendable for you going into the final?
Yeah, obviously. Wanted our main score was 150. But we managed to score 110. Like, that was enough for this team to come and defend. Because also my bowlers are on form. So I managed to come back and take a win from there.
What should we expect tomorrow going into the final?
Yeah, going into the final, of course, we are from the group stages, we are struggling a lot. But at least this point, we can show up something up to the final.
Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you.
And now getting to the player of match, the man who made his debut today and he scored 39 runs but had so many good fielding dismissals. Ochaya Amiri will take the award And to give out the award is Master Donald from Uganda Matters College Sonde. Amir, first round, we have a conversation with you. Thank you, Mr. Donald. Congratulations upon winning the Player of Match. What did you do right that your friends might need to copy from you going into the final?
Just my friends gotta be disciplined. They must be patient, and yeah, just keeping first and foremost. Okay, they gotta be with discipline. Everything will follow.
What do you expect from your team going into the final tomorrow?
Our team deserves to play the final because, yeah, we got it all, and we can. Yeah.
Thank you so much and enjoy the Player of Match.
You're welcome.
Well, we've come to the end of the post-match presentation. A 13 runs victory for the Ssenyi Warriors to book the first place. But tomorrow we shall be having the first semi-final in the morning between the Nsonga Royals and the Chitamba Sunrisers. It's a wrap-up for today.